Hey guys, how's it going? Benton with Empower Gaming Computers over here at the Empower Gaming Studio. We're going to be doing a couple of different things today. We're going to be doing an upgrade for a PC that came in for service, as well as a couple of builds. So we're going to be streaming for a bit. Probably going to be about a 4-hour-ish stream, somewhere in that length. So hopefully we'll be wrapping up here around 8 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're not familiar, Empower Gaming Computers over here in Lake Orion, Michigan. I build a lot of custom gaming computers, and I also service a lot of PCs that come in, whether or not they're gaming PCs or just your personal PC, including laptops and other things. So a lot of technology stuff that happens here, and I try to stream as much of it as I can, and I also do put together some videos and post them on YouTube, etc. So now you know who I am if you haven't seen me before. Let's go ahead, and I'm going to switch over to a side view because it gives us a better profile view of what's kind of happening here. And yes, I'm standing off to the side here. But overall, just really quick, we're going to be doing some upgrades to this system that came in. I don't know exactly what brand it is or if it was built by somebody else, but I believe it was built and purchased. It looks kind of like an Amazon build is what I would say. One of those kind of under or less known builders out there that sell on Amazon. But I do know it is a older Intel platform, which is really showing its limitations. Hey, thanks for the like over there, Michael, on the Facebook side of things. But it is a older platform, so where the current owner is experiencing a lot of speed issues and just it's running like dog poo. I fired it up and tried to do a couple things on it, and it's definitely time for some upgrades, especially for gaming. So the initial upgrade that we're going to start with here is taking it from the old Intel 3rd gen platform and going straight to an AM4 platform, which is very serviceable today. And we also had a budget that we had to keep this within. So we went with the AM4 Tough Gaming B550 Plus motherboard. So it's an ATX mid tower, so we could fill out the actual mid tower instead of the micro ATX board that's in there. We're going to go with an ATX motherboard and get us on the AM4 platform, which is going to be very serviceable for at least the next 3 years, 3 to 4 years, I would say, or think that we could at least service it for at least another 3 years. We're going to also upgrade the CPU, obviously, switching platforms we have to. We're going to be switching to the Ryzen 5 3600. Which gives us access to Gen 4, which the B550 does support. So we'll have a 6-core, 12-thread of maximum boost of 4.2 gigahertz on that processor, and then we're going to be cooling it with a much better tower air cooler by Deepcool rather than using the stock cooler that comes with the CPU. So that way, the CPU, when under load, is going to sustain its temps a lot better. So we're going from a stock cooler, a micro ATX board, and a very old Intel i5 processor, I believe it's i5, to a much more modern platform. And just that alone is going to be a huge upgrade. We're also adding the DDR4, since we're going from DDR3 to DDR4, 16 gigabytes of DDR4 3200 megahertz RAM. This is by this is by G.Skill. The G.Skill Ripjaws series, Ripjaws V, which is 5, so it's their 5th series. But 2 8-gig sticks, a total of 16 gigabytes, so we'll have dual channel, which is also something he's missing on his current build. He only has 1 stick in there, so he doesn't even have dual channel with his memory, which was DDR3. So it's going to be a tremendous upgrade going from this platform that he's currently on to this one. We also are going to do a SSD upgrade. He's currently on a SATA SSD. We're going to unplug that, and we're not going to touch it. And we're going to reload Windows onto a 1 terabyte M.2 Gen 4 SSD. So he's going to have the speed of Gen 4 for his storage going forward. We're also going to reutilize his existing storage and plug that back into the components, so he has access to his old data when Windows is all set. So we're going to keep everything unplugged while we're working on it, then plug it back in so we can go back and access the data, and later when he's happy with transferring his data, he can always format those drives and reuse them if he needs more storage. So we're really reutilizing a lot of as much as we could from the build. The only other upgrade I recommended for better 1080p performance is the graphics card. Right now I believe this GTX 650, so it's very limited. It's got 2 gigs, I believe, of GDDR5, and it's a very old card. So that's the only other limiting factor in the build that we are going to reuse. And I did recommend the RX 6600 for this build out for the upgrade to get him where he really needs to be for 1080p gaming. But we just did not have the budget for the graphics card upgrade as well. But they will be back to complete the graphics card upgrade in the future. So this is a start. Gets us on a much more modern platform that we can really use. Though yes, a lot of people will say, hey, why didn't we just go with a graphics card upgrade first? It's because we need to get them on a much better platform to really start utilizing the bigger cards. Or more modern cards. We could have gone with maybe an RX 580 in this situation, and it would have been a performance increase right off the bat, but that's not really fixing the problem. The problem is he's on a platform from 10 years ago, so we need to take care of that first. So I did recommend this upgrade over the graphics card first, because later we can always add the graphics card and get more FPS from there. So it's a very simple upgrade later on. All right, so to start, number one, we have this wonderful system that's been in service for quite some time. So to start out with this, we do need to do some physical cleaning. The PC has been running for quite some time, you can see, and unfortunately the case has a solid glass front panel, but you could see the dust caked on the glass here where the fans were on the front panel. So we're going to clean all this up and make it look as new as we can, as well as, you know, top dust filters pretty dirty. The fans themselves need a good cleaning. The fans actually seem like they're in good shape, so I'm impressed with this being a more budget style case that these fans are included, I believe, with this case, that these fans are actually in the shape that they're in. So pretty impressed that the bearings are still in good shape. They're not making any crazy noises. Grinding noises or vibration or anything like that. But I mean, you've got your normal amount of dust just everywhere in the PC that just needs to be cleaned out, random hairs and cobwebs and things. So it's pretty normal with a PC like this. Any PC in general, and if you have it in your room, it's going to act like a whole room air filter, and all that air is just going to get sucked through the PC, and all the dust is going to really get trapped inside the PC most of the time. So you should see mine. Mine is a perfect example of that right now. It needs a good cleaning, and it is because I live on a dirt road and I don't have any air that's being filtrated or any air filtration in the house, or at least in this room, that is cleaning the air. So my PC acts like the air filter for this room over here. So, and I have a lot of dirty PCs that come in and out of here, and the dust just kind of built up. So my PC's pretty dirty. It's just a pretty good example. Hey Carol, thanks for the like over there on Facebook. I appreciate it. Grandma. But all right, so let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to switch us over to a top-down view. The first thing I'm going to do is take this and actually step outside and give it a good cleaning with the blower. So we're going to blow it out. And then we're going to continue by removing the old components and starting the addition to the new ones. We can zoom in here and I could show you a good example of the filthiness over time. It gets dirty. It happens. But we're going to be reusing the graphics card, so that's like the one that we want to really clean up as best as we can. I might actually... That graphics card bothers me a lot. It actually might be an RX 560. No, it's definitely a GTX 650. I'm just reading it upside down. And it's a 1024, so it's only 1 gig, 128 bits, so this card is pretty sad. Definitely need a graphics card upgrade. But we're going to be on a better platform going forward that is going to allow those upgrades in the future now. So I'm going to get started by cleaning this up, blow all the dust out, so that way we're working in a somewhat clean environment. And then we'll get started on removing the parts and putting the new ones in. So I'll be right back. I can't really carry the camera over here. I'm sorry, guys. All right. That's much better. Much better. We got a lot of that dust out of there. So you can see, if you saw the before shot, it's much cleaner. All the loose dust has been evacuated. That's a good word for it. But now we're going to get started by removing this motherboard and this graphics card. And we'll clean up the rest of those panels, like the glass, for example, before it goes on. Hopefully I do that towards the end, since it's already removed and out of the equation as it is. So, let's get started on the upgrades. Shall we? We're going to get started by removing the graphics card, which we might be upgrading for him as a surprise. Might be upgrading as a surprise. So, this little guy, we're going to have a conversation about this later. We're going to go ahead and remove all of this, hoping that this power supply has more than a 4-pin power connector. It does. Stuffed in there. Oh, when I looked at it, I saw that. We are going to have to reposition half of these cables anyway, in case. Do some of this cable management. Lots of fun. The other downside is I don't have half the screws that I need to put the new motherboard in, so that's one thing I did not think of, but that's okay. I got piles of screws here, so we'll find the screws. Hey, what's up, Army Vet? Welcome back to the build show. The Tuesday build show, where we're actually upgrading from this old piece of junk to a much more modern platform. And I don't know who puts an ITX motherboard inside a ATX case. That is just genius. But of course, you know, a lot of people do it because of the budget. What I'm going to do is pull some of these system cables back through its routes, because we're putting a full ATX motherboard in this thing. And it's going to be much more beefy. A lot of these system cables have to be moved. Anyway, we'll pull them back through. There we go. This case is actually a decent case outside of the only complaint that I have is the front is glass. And it really kind of cuts down on the airflow for the intake. But overall, it's impressive because it even supports a 240mm AIO at the top, which is impressive. Hey, what's up, Mish? Misha? Is that Misha? Excited for your build, yes. It's coming up here, man. Man. I say man. Sorry. But yeah, it's coming up here. We're going to be build number 3 today for your build. Or 2. Was it 2 or 3? I think it's actually 2. I don't remember what I told you. I have to double check, but I'll have it in order when I get finished with this one here. So, let's zoom out. But right now we're doing an upgrade for Bailey. It's actually Bailey's kid, son, that we're doing an upgrade for. And they're a local customer, so they're just here dropping this off for the upgrades. And I'm trying to have this all wrapped up for them today. We're trying to do it. Try to do it all. We also had a kitchen faucet today break in the kitchen. So I had to rush out to Home Depot. I bought a new faucet, and I'm going to be installing that probably after all the build streams. Yay. And I absolutely hate plumbing. So if anybody likes plumbing and wants to come do it, you're more than welcome to. But anyway, we are getting the new motherboard out. I'm probably going to move the tower to its side. That way we have some space to work with the new parts. Drop this down here. Temporarily. Put this kind of out of the way. All right, new CPU time. So we're going from an Intel, I believe it was i5 3rd gen, like old, to a Intel, or I'm sorry, an AMD Ryzen 5 3600. It's going to be like a night and day performance. So this type of upgrade is going to be huge for them. Very sizable upgrade. Night and day difference here. You know, and this isn't like top of the line CPU motherboard or anything like that, but the difference that they're going to notice on the PC just from booting the PC up to just basic stuff is going to be amazing. All right, here we go. We're going to drop this new AM4 Ryzen 5 3600 into the socket. Of course, we're going to be gentle about it. There it is. Now what do? Let's go ahead and install the RAM. So this is 16 gigabytes of DDR4, 3200 megahertz CL16, and it's by G.Skill, and it's their Ripjaws 5 series. There we go. So now we have a Gen 4 M.2 SSD that we're going to be installing. If you guys are not familiar with Inland, this is a Micro Center brand. The TN450, which is a Gen 4 TLC drive. Absolutely fast drive. 5,000 read and 3,900 write megabits per second read and write. It's a very quick drive. This is what's going to help with application load time. The Windows load time is just going to be super snappy. So when you open up something, it's going to just pretty much be on demand. Super fast. We're going to put this bad boy up here at the top. And it's 1 terabyte of SSD storage, so they can put their applications and Windows on this drive. Oops, gotta put the stud in. Hey! We're going to peel this off the thermal pad that's on the heat spreader and drop the heat spreader . Go. The heat spreader's in. SSD's in. RAM's installed and the CPU's installed. So all we got to do is get the tower air cooler installed, and then we can start with dropping this into the case and getting it wired up. So this cooler it's got 4 heat pipes on it. Generally, I would use the Thermalright Assassin 120 SE, but in this case, we needed the parts pretty quick, so I did go to Micro Center for these parts. And Micro Center, I think this was, $20 or $30 for the 25, or I don't remember. It's like $30. So for the price point, it's one of the better priced options. So I'm going to remove the stock brackets because I believe those have to go. And we have our new hardware kit for mounting this thing. And that massive bracket needs to get added here. I believe this one's AM4. Should say it on it. Doesn't, but I'm 99% sure. Doing these in the past. All right, now we're ready for some thermal paste, which we're just going to do the Thermalright TF7. And then if you look closely, this cooler has a little bit of an offset. So you want to offset it away from the RAM so that the fan is not blocking that extra RAM slot. There we go. We've got our cooler mounted. We just need to get the fan installed, which I'm going to actually undo this twist tie first. It's like this. Tell you not to. And here, this some simple cable management. Where's my zip ties? Where'd they go? what's up, some giant idiot? How's it going? There's a bag of zip ties. Because you can never have enough of these things. Where's my wire snips? There we go. That's ready. Ready to go in. Bad day for me. How is yours going? Aw, man. Hey, what's up, Wyndham? 9. I think you need more zip ties, yes. Giant idiot, what's going on, man? Why is it a bad day? Some moron sideswiped my cars. Ah, dude. Took a big chunk out of it. I'm sorry, man. It wasn't me. I wasn't driving anywhere. I promise. But, I mean, I've had that. I have scratches on my Chevy Cruze because that happened while it was in a parking lot and I wasn't even there. So, wherever, you know, they backed out and went while backing out. Didn't leave their information, just took off, you know. I was like, oh, that's nice. Hey, Dad Bods, what's up, man? How's it going over there? Good afternoon. So, I need to get some studs for mounting an ATX motherboard in this case, because it only has mounting for the micro ATX, and then 2 random studs down here at the bottom. So I need 1, 2, 3 more studs. Hey, are there any studs available out there? And here's my box of screws in organization. It's a big box of just random screws and things. That's how organized I am. But I need these little guys right here. A couple of these bad boys could do the trick. I know, I'm super organized over here. We call them treasure boxes. It's a box of treasures, that's for sure. But, you know, this is an upgrade, so it's not a new case, so I don't have any of the hardware that would have came with the PC originally. None of that is included. So I gotta kind of make it up as I go. Slowly getting there. Okay. We've got a couple of studs that we're going to install. That's why I always ship all of the PCs that I build with its hardware. That way, if you ever go to upgrade, you always have the hardware for it. Always have the hardware. Well, some giant idiot, I sure hope your day gets better, sir. Dadbod's going well, about to head to Orion for a coffee with my little one and maybe hike down Micro Center to pick up some parts. Nice. Throwing some magnets in there and let the chaos and actually I have one. I have a couple, well, not that magnet, but I have a couple of magnets in there and there's like bunches of screws. That's usually where I find all the ones I need too. It's kind of weird. It's like the magnet knows. I know which one he's looking for. I will grab it for him and hold on to it. I am good magnet. That's concerning. All right, here we go. Motherboard in. Lined up beautifully. Just need screws for all of them. We need 1, 2, 3 more. Three more screws. And I really don't care if they're silver or black. These ones are pretty well hidden anyway. I'm just surprised I have all these screws. Hey, what's up? How am I? I'm doing pretty good. Adulting must be so hard. What do you mean by that, some giant idiot? What do you mean? You there? Yeah, I'm here. You think you can make a tutorial on how to build a PC? Well, you could probably just follow these build streams and... But yeah, I could. I could, definitely. Why, what's up? You looking for a tutorial? Sorry, I had my head down looking for screws. Yes. I mean, I could definitely put a tutorial together. Not sure why. I mean, the main reason why I haven't is because there's so many of them out there. But yeah, I could definitely put one together. Might take me a bit. So I've got quite a few other videos that I'm working on right now. Not to mention, you know, all the live streams I do. Alright, so we've got our screws mounting the motherboard completed, so I'm going to try to get this 8-pin EPS power cable here in the top corner plugged in, so I can mark that as completed. It's a pain in the butt. And it's like one of the few cables I didn't have to move also for the upgrade, because it's always there in the top right corner. And then we can feed this the other side. That's got to run all the way to the bottom pretty much of the motherboard. I don't think it's going to reach. I think I have RGB extenders that I can use for that. But there, motherboard installed. Starting to look upgraded as it is. Checking it out, yeah. Oh noes, united me on YouTube. Twice the work. I did. Best tutorials is the Verge's how to build a PC. Now, don't actually follow the Verge's how to build a PC with Stefan. Do not do that. That is terrible. He's some giant idiot is being a giant idiot. He's trolling. Don't check out that video. What PC are you building? So this is a local customer that brought in their existing PC that needed significant upgrades. So we're currently putting in a, we're going from a older Intel i5, like 3rd gen from 10 years ago, to a AM4 Ryzen 5 3600 on a B550 Asus TUF Gaming Wi-Fi Bluetooth motherboard, and going with 16 gigs of DDR4 memory. So we're going from DDR3 to DDR4 for the RAM, and then we have a 1 terabyte M.2 SSD actually down here underneath this heat spreader. And then we have a deep cool cooler that we're adding as well. So this is the upgrade components. Never mind. YouTube stream is weird. It's buffering for me, but not on Twitch. Never mind. Okay. I don't know. It does that, I think. Yeah, I'm trying to get a PC. I've been gaming. I have a gaming laptop, but it's not cutting it. Yeah. Laptops are also difficult because you could really upgrade only 2 things, and that's the RAM and the storage, and that's it. Really, that's the only 2 things you can upgrade in a laptop, unfortunately. Everything else is very limited. And it's also, they also generate a lot of heat, especially when you're gaming, which they thermal throttle a lot when they get too hot. So thermal throttling is when it gets too hot, it slows itself down. So that's why bigger coolers are better, because we don't thermal throttle with bigger coolers that do work. So the bigger the cooler, or the cooler your PC is, the better it's going to perform. And the hotter it is, the crappier it's going to run. And that's the rule around it. And then obviously, the bigger the component, the more power it's likely to draw, which means more heat, which means bigger cooling needed to cool it. I hear Empower Gaming Computers makes some pretty nifty gaming PCs. You should check them out. Thank you, some giant idiot. I do make some pretty cool gaming computers. My fans sound like gunshots going out. Ugh. That's probably not good, man. Those are probably shot. No, I did not mean to, like, put a, you know, the metaphor was unintended. All right, so I'm going to set that box aside, and now, what else do? We work on the cables next. I think that's a good idea. So we've got this lovely 24-pin power cable here. Gonna run up to the side. That goes up to the motherboard there. Wow. This thing just came apart. That's nice. Not really nice. It's actually that's a metaphor in itself. Not nice that that came apart. That should not have come apart. Cable management in here is a disgrace. I didn't do this build originally, so it's not my fault. Hey, look, you're live. Yeah, good luck for the future. Thank you. Good night, Ace. I just joined. What parts are being used? You guys have a TikTok? I do, but I really don't do a lot on it. So, to be honest, I don't do a whole ton on TikTok. I am getting more into the YouTube Shorts, though. So, and Facebook. But Nico just joined. What parts were being used? So we're doing an upgrade from an older i5 motherboard and an older ITX motherboard and 8 gigs of RAM, I believe is what was on it, to a Ryzen 5 3600 on a B550, 16 gigs of RAM and a 1 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 4 SSD. And we also might have a surprise for the upgrade, another surprise, which wasn't paid for, that we're just gonna do, because the graphics card that was in the system is this thing, and they didn't have the budget for a bigger card, which I also recommended. But if you look very closely, you probably won't see it there. Will it work? No, maybe, I don't know. But it's a GTX 650 1 gigabyte GDDR5 128-bit card, and it is terrible. So I can't stand to put that in there or back in there. It hurts my brain. And I might be doing an upgrade for them, because I don't want to see that back in the PC. And I actually have the perfect plan to put in here that is going to be a, again, night and day difference in performance. Like, what is this? Like, why are we ran like this? These are all, okay, these are all the fans. Let's put a zip tie on this real quick, guys. Just humor me. We're gonna get the zip ties out again. Perfect, sounds like a cool build. I'm getting the 1000 watt PC. Okay, awesome. I don't remember everything we talked about in parts, because I talked to a lot of people about a lot of different builds. I have notes pretty much on everybody that I talked to, and I have to go back to my notes because I'm getting old. My brain's starting to slow down. But I do go through the effort of taking notes. Don't want that wrapped around like that. I don't know, I'm just trying to clean up these cables the best I can without having to completely redo all the cable management back here. We need some order! Order back here! Without completely losing my mind, I will have this cleaned up a little bit. Wait. Why did that happen? Yeah, and this is the guy that I gotta get all the way to the bottom. So I need to go find an extension. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the shelf way over there and grab an extension for an addressable RGB connection that I don't have on hand here at the desk. You gotta move, Max. So, just as simple as this is going to be an extension cable. That's all I need. You can buy these in a pack. They're on Amazon. You can pick them up for like, I don't know, like $5. They're very handy when you do custom builds and you're doing a lot of random parts like this to have on hand. Because you'll run into situations like this, where the only RGB header on this motherboard, don't ask me why, is at the bottom of the board. And I want to run this cable from the top of the board, or the top of the case to the bottom, for cable management purposes, so you don't have anything running on the inside of the build. And there we go. Plug it in. Now it's extended. And I can make it to the bottom of the case. Look at that. Alright. And this thing, I guess we'll keep it on the bottom. We just need to run both these cables to the inside here, probably. Yep. So we're not going to plug those in, the SATA cables, because that has the old data on it, and we don't want to lose that old data. So, flip it over and plug all this stuff in, right? So 24 pin for the power. Motherboard power goes in there. And I was able to route all these because I know where all the connections are. So if you have to go back and forth one by one, if you're doing your build for the first time, one by one, perfectly fine. These, like I said, I'm going to keep unplugged temporarily, only because I don't want the data to accidentally get reloaded on, like the Windows reload on that SSD by mistake. I'm going to keep it uninstalled, or not plugged in at all, should I say, rather. This is all our front panel connections and the RGB connection. USB front panel, HD audio front panel, and our power switch here. Don't mind my head, sorry. If I do an a tutorial on how to build a PC, I will give you much better footage and viewing of what I'm doing. But in the meantime, I am just building this to get through it. Here we go. Got all those plugged in. And all of these connections on the bottom are done. So that's our front panel power reset, LEDs and HD LEDs, hard drive LEDs, USB 2.0, our RGB, addressable RGB connection, and then our front panel HD audio, along with our 24-pin power connection for the motherboard and USB 3.0, which was right here. That's pretty much it. That's all we had to plug in here. Guess really the only other thing we have to do is get the graphics card plugged in. I don't even know if this power supply has a PCIe connection, which I actually did not think of until just now. It does. It has an 8-pin PCIe connection. Awesome. Thank goodness. I don't even know what power supply this is. We're also going to run it up through that same hole the rest of those cables ran. For the graphics card that we're going to put in. Which is RTX 4080 Ti Super, the Super Ti Super Ti graphics card. They haven't announced that one yet? What? Hey Eric, thanks for the sub, by the way, over on YouTube. Appreciate you, sir. So the card that we're putting in here is a used RTX 570, which is 8 gigabytes. So we're going from a GTX 650, 1 gigabyte, GDDR5 128-bit, to a, I believe it's 256-bit, right? Doesn't say on the sticker, but I believe they were 256. A RX 570 Armor by MSI. That's just the cooler edition. 8 gigabyte overclocked. That's factory OC'd. And this is a halfway decent card that'll play 1080p today. And the only reason why I'm going with this card, because all the other cards I have require more than one PCIe power connection, and this power supply only has one. So, but it is a significant upgrade from a GTX 650. Let me repeat that. GTX 650 is what I just pulled out of here. And why am I doing this for free? Because it's just sad to see GTX 650 in there. And when he goes to fire it up in game, he's not going to really see a tremendous difference from that old card, or that old CPU and the new CPU in games. Anyway, he's not going to see a huge difference. I mean, the platform's a much better platform to be on, and it gives him so much more ability to upgrade to a better graphics card. I think all I would ask is that they return the charity somewhere down the road. Okay. Give me the screws. I mean, the card itself is probably worth 80 bucks now, and it's a used card, but I know it's good. I know it's a healthy, good used card. There we go. It does have a little bit, you can see from just gravity, a little bit of a bow on the card. I'm not really worried about it, and I'm not going to do anything about it because it's a used card. This is probably going to be upgraded later anyway. Not worried about it. I'm not going to throw in a $10 graphics card support bracket for a like $60 or $80 graphics card at this point. If it was a bigger card, more expensive card, definitely 100% make sure you do that. Okay, so next up, now that we have the PC put together, before we fire it up and start doing Windows, let's clean up this glass. Look at that dust caked right onto the glass. This is the front panel. It is not a mesh, I know, but we want to clean this up, make it look new, right? So let's spray some Windex on that and get rid of this dust. Oh yeah. polishing years of grossness off. Oh yeah, look at how clean that is. That's the outside. What's it taste like? I don't know. You can come here and lick it if you want. Okay. Front side. Front side kickflip. Looks like somebody already did try to lick this, by the way. A lot cleaner, huh? Oh my gosh. So much cleaner. Not a ton of airflow with that front panel, but here's what it is. Hey, you want to hear something funny? Yeah, I always want to hear something funny. Hit me. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'm cleaning. And kind of just... Here, let me bump the camera, too. I'm just in the zone, you know? But what's something funny? Hey, what's up, LOL? Why? What's going on? I'm not going to plug these drives in again because I don't want to accidentally destroy the data on them. Oh god. This needs a quick wipe me down. Ah. Nice PC. What's the specs? Oh, this is a upgrade for a local customer. They brought it in because it was running very poorly. So we ended up doing a bunch of upgrades within the budget that were allotted. So we went from an older i5 from like 10 years ago to a Ryzen 5 3600, a B550, 16 gigs of DDR4 RAM, G.Skill, a 1TB M.2 NVMe SSD, and I also threw in for free because they had a GTX 651 gigabyte old ass card. I'm sorry, very old graphics card. Somebody cut that out. And so I threw in a 570 I had here, which is an 8 gigabyte card. So it's going to be a tremendous night and day difference when they fire this thing up and game on it compared to where they were before, which probably could barely run Minecraft. So we're gonna go from barely running Minecraft to probably definitely running 80-ish to 100 FPS in Warzone. Kind of big upgrade, yes, for where they were before and where they are now. And then I'm also cleaning up the case physically and the fans that were in there because we reused all the case, the power supply, and their old storage and the fans that were in there. So I'm just kind of wiping things down to make it look nice and fresh when they pick it up. It's going to feel and perform like a new PC. It's going to feel, it's going to look, and it's going to perform like a new PC. So I put the glass here, but don't worry, I know I'm spraying here. It's not going to go into the PC. I just need a little bit of a spray here with Windex, and we'll wipe down the inside of the glass, and then we'll flip it over and wipe the outside down. A lot of gunk on the outside, so it makes it hard to clean the inside because I don't know what's inside and what's out. I'll just polish everything the best I can without shattering the glass by accident. And then we'll put this on its hinges here. Oh wait. It's good. Close it up. And then I'm actually going to mount one of these screws, or a couple of them here. Do I really have the wrong one? How did I do that? I don't know how I managed that. Oh, because this goes on here. Right. Right. Oh, I knew that. 'Cause I'm special. What? Wish I had a PC like that. Well, you could get one. I sell them on the website, so if you want anything, and I also do custom builds, so if you have a budget that we're working with, I could put something together. Then we also do the $1 PC giveaway when we have enough subs that fill up that bar right there. Then we do the $1 PC giveaway for our subscribers. Interesting here. Oh yeah. Make that glass look new. What do you think? You could barely even tell with the camera that that's actually a glass panel. That's crisp. Do you have subs on Kick? I do not. I think I only have 47 followers over on Kick. I really don't do a lot on the platform. Misha, I'm sorry. Twitch. Twitch, you can sub on Twitch. And then Facebook, I think, can do stars, but so I'm affiliate over on Twitch. You're sadly from Romania. Yeah, the shipping would definitely not be worth it to Romania. If you were in the US or maybe even Canada or Mexico, it might make sense. Canada, still, I usually tell people, if you're in Canada and you're buying in the US, the tariffs, the taxes alone are just stupid. But the shipping plus the tariffs to get to Romania, woof. And then the chance and likelihood of it getting damaged would be huge. My buddy at Best Buy, Best Buy's Geek Squad, said with confidence that at least 50% of CyberPower iBuyPower PCs don't have XMP enabled and customers don't know. Actually, 100% of their PCs do not have XMP enabled, and if it is enabled, it's because the owner enabled it. They do not, or at least in the past, on the majority of, I think it might have changed within the last year, their configuration as they ship them out, but older PCs about a year ago or so, they do not enable XMP. That is a known fact. Yes. So 100% of their PCs that they ship out or did ship out did not have XMP enabled correct. And that's why there were tons of videos like how to enable XMP, because everybody who bought a CyberPower PC found out that they didn't even run the full potential of the RAM speed. The PC prices are insane here. Yeah, I know. A lot of different countries have insane costs for PCs, and I guess it's not I don't know why. I guess it's not as mainstream there. I don't know what drives the cost. I wish I would learn more about that. That would actually be something Gamers Nexus probably covered. Why is that? Some giant idiot over on Twitch. The main reason why CyberPower and iBuyPower probably do that is for stability. But personally, I don't know. It should be stable. And if it isn't stable with XMP, then there is generally an issue with the RAM or the motherboard. So it was probably their way of cutting down on issues while building and assembly. But their objective was to deliver the most stable PC. With XMP off, it is going to be stable. So the downside is when you enable XMP, it may show issues with RAM or motherboard that you didn't know you had prior. So, and you should, because they advertise those speeds that they're putting in there, they should be enabling XMP, and that was actually a big issue. I think a couple of YouTubers made a big stink about. I think it was Linus Media Group or Linus Tech Tips, and then also Gamers Nexus. They did their undercover buying, so that was one of the call-outs I think they made back when they did it a couple of years ago. So I'm stuck with a laptop that has a GTX 1050. I don't know how long it will last. Well, the 1050 is not, you know, it's getting there, but it's still playable in 1080p. Still probably playable, and 720p. Is that the GTX 1050 that only has 2 gigs, or does it have 4 gig by chance? All right, so let's fire this bad boy up, shall we? Then we can chat some more while I'm loading Windows. While I'm loading Windows up on here, up in here. Let me just dump all the screws out of this bag. Because why not? Yeah, I do have to get this PC ready for pickup today. So I am going to finish this bad boy best I can on the cam. While we're on screen here. I didn't have to have it ready today, but I decided to move on to the next one. This one I have to. Okay. All right, so let's get a side view so we can see it. Let's switch cameras. Switching. Activate maximum. Oh, here we go. And let's just pan over slightly this way so we don't look at my messy boxes. It has 4 gig actually, and I use it with an external monitor. I can run some older games, but newer kind of struggle. Yeah, so the 1050 will struggle with like AAA titles like Warzone. It'll probably struggle there, even on the lowest of low settings. Even a GTX 1650 will struggle with that. So the 4 gig is the limitation, and the fact that the shader, all the clocks are just, it's showing its age. But you could do, you know, Fortnite, Valorant. If you're not 11, if you're on Windows 10, you're probably fully capable of doing Valorant. And then Rocket League, PUBG probably. So there's still a lot of good titles you could play. All right, here we go. Let's fire this bad boy up and see what it looks like. It's got an RGB controller. Which is not working. Oh, that's the reset button. Never mind. It has a RGB remote controller, probably. Waiting for a post. Not like a fence post, but a power on self-test post. Pretty, I got swords. Hey, what's up, man? What's up? Welcome back to the build stream, sir. All right, we got a post. So we actually did something right. Yay. I'll get into Windows. I'm gonna load Windows up on this, and once we get into Windows, then I'll do the capture card, and then you can actually see what we're doing. So bear with me for just a minute. Bro, Ben's stupid busy. Sorry, it's okay. Hey, yeah, you showed up just in time for the post at least, right? All right, I'm just going to go ahead and reboot out of the BIOS because we're going to do a BIOS update. I'm just not going to do it yet. I'll do it a wee bit later down the road here. You can still play CSGO or Fortnite, and I can run Windows 11. It performs better. Nice. Not today, though. I've done nothing today. I have been very productive and busy, but it is not this day. It's a Lord of the Rings quote. Right? Lord of the Rings? Yeah, it's Lord of the Rings. Ooh. So now we just stare at a PC for a few minutes because my capture card sucks and it doesn't want to capture anything that's a lower resolution. So, we wait. Kids had a snow day and wife and I played hooky from work. Oh, jeez. Look at you. We have literally done nothing all day. I love those kinds of days. I don't get those kinds of days very often either. I was thinking of upgrading to a PS5, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if it makes sense financially, even though it's not a PC and it goes against all my religion, being a PC nerd, then yes, I would say if in your country, if the PS5 is something that's reasonably priced financially, then definitely go for it. Did I say 11 or 10? We're going to reboot the, reinstall the OS. We're going to 11. That's right. They'll have to go to 11 in probably a year anyway. We at least mods are awake. I know, right? Mental health day. Yes. The ice was crazy on the road. I know. Dude, I had to go to Home Depot because our faucet, my wife decided today was the day that she wanted a new faucet, so she broke the kitchen faucet. She didn't actually break it. It broke on its own. But she's like, I want a new faucet. So the only way she's going to get a new faucet and get it installed the same day is if she breaks it. So she didn't actually break it, like I said, but it broke, and I had to go to Home Depot, which is our local hardware store over here, and the roads were just crap. Sure, broke by itself. I know, right? That's what I told her. And I'm like, if you want a new car, what are you going to do? Go total it? Now she tells me because I said that when the car is totaled, it's my fault for saying that. I don't know. I'm just catching on to what they're doing. Home Depot is my go-to. Oh yeah, 100%. People there are so nice. You just ask them with, you know, desperation in your face, like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Help me. And then this older guy comes out of the shelving, you know, let me tell you how to do a faucet. I always joke because when you go to Home Depot, you go there to you know, not only buy a product, but usually asking a lot of questions about the product, and you go speak to the wise men of Home Depot. And then you go look on YouTube after that because you have no idea what they just told you. So Mrs. Empower is getting a new kitchen faucet tonight. I can get a used one for like $400 US. The PS5? Yeah, that's pretty good deal. No, we could probably clean this image up a little bit. But I mean, look at the front of this thing. This thing looks so much cleaner now. Look at that. Look at that reflection. You can see my whole arm. Yeah. Clean. Crisp. Hey, Michael, thank you for the 2,000 stars, dude. 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry I missed that. Or Misha. Sorry. The monitor I have for my notifications is really small and it's far away. So I have to like... I can't see it. It looked like Michael at first. I'm also old, so my eyes are kind of just turning into crap. But thank you for the like over there on Facebook and the 2,000 stars, dude. Appreciate it. Where do the front fans get air from? That's actually a really good question. This is not a case I would have chosen. This is a case we reused from his old build. Are we competing to see who can beat last year's build count, Ben? Yeah, I mean, I guess, sure. If we can double up, that'd be cool. The sides is what it looked like. Yeah, there's air here, but you could feel there's not a ton of flow. It's crap. I'm probably going to instruct them for better airflow to remove the front glass panel until they have the budget to change out the case in the future. But I mean, I really don't... I think this is going to be like the last of the upgrades inside this tower alone, and then we're eventually probably just going to be upgraded to a new build at that point. But it'll buy him probably 3 years, and maybe upgrade the graphics card and PSU in between, right? There is an air grab. Yes, I promise there's a... So, screwdriver can go into the side here. See? So I can fit the width of this screwdriver in that gap. It's probably fine. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, yeah. More RGB, more FPS. You got it. That is how it works. Not really. The professional side of me says no. The joking side of me says all the way. Yes, 100%. That's how it works. All right, so I'm going to unplug internet and hit Shift F10 in the Windows setup so that I can type in OOBS/bypass NRO. And this is for a Windows 11 installation or setup. I don't want to put in a Microsoft account. Oops. Bypass. Did I put the wrong one in? It's OOBE, sorry. Bypass NRO. Why did I say S? OBS, that's probably why. My brain's just not here. But Shift F10 command prompt opens in the setup. The reason why I do this step is because I don't want to sign in with a Microsoft account on a customer PC. I'm going to sign in with a local admin account so that I can go through and do the driver installation and all that. Hey King, what's up? Damn, this PC's good. And I came at the end. Oh yeah, well don't worry. This is build number 1 of 3. And this was an upgrade. So this was a customer's old PC that they brought to us, and we just did a bunch of upgrades to it. So don't worry, man. We've got 2 more builds to do today. Hey, look at the build in the background here. See it kind of just showing up? There it is. Oh, there, and it's gone. Oh, and it's gone. That's the bench behind me. In a hacking voice, I'm in. Yeah. So now I've made it so that the Windows setup will allow a local account instead of forcing a Microsoft account. And you do have to be disconnected from the internet during this process as well. So that's OOBE/bypass NRO. Hit enter. It reboots, goes back to the setup, and then it allows you to do a local admin account rather than forcing you to do that stupid Microsoft account. Not a big fan of it. What if I don't want Microsoft tied to my PC and knowing exactly everything I'm doing? So that would be a Microsoft Windows 11 setup hack if you don't want to put a Microsoft account on here and you want to start with a local account. Shift F10 opens the command prompt during the setup, and then you can type in OOBE/bypass NRO, hit enter, PC reboots, and then you can do a local admin setup. How dare you share your sacred ITC, you know what? I'm sorry. It's content. You need to make that could be a short. You never know. Could be a short, depending on if AI picks it up or not, because I won't remember that I typed that in or did this. The PC comes out of the box ready to go. Yes. Yep, the PC will come out of the box ready to go. So Windows installed, drivers installed. All you got to do is install Steam and play games. What GPU, CPU is in this PC? So this PC had a very old i5 from about 10 years ago on a ITX motherboard with 8 gigs of DDR3 RAM, and also a Samsung, which was probably the nicest thing in the entire build, a Samsung like 250 gigabyte solid state drive that's SATA with a, I think, 1 terabyte hard drive. So old storage, old CPU, old RAM, and the video card was a GTX 650. Can't play anything. You could probably barely play Minecraft with that today. So they paid for the motherboard upgrade, which is a Asus TUF Gaming B550, an AMD Ryzen 5 3600, and 16 gigs of DDR4 3200 megahertz RAM, as well as a 1 terabyte M.2 NVMe SSD. And then I threw in, because they weren't going to do the graphics card upgrade today, they didn't have the budget for it. I threw in an RX 570 because I just feel terrible putting a GTX 650 back in here. It hurts my soul. So RX 570 on us, 8 gigabytes, about a $60 or $80 card. It's not gonna break me. But it's going to make a difference, a huge difference. And no, I don't give out free parts all the time. But this is for a kid, so I'm gonna do this. Kids take my hearts. Okay, so my only heart. I only have one heart. Not modded Minecraft. You couldn't. No, definitely not. Absolutely not. Aw, I know. Besides mouse, keyboard, and monitor, anything else I should have ready to go? That's about it. You might want like a power strip, so connecting your monitor and everything. Just make sure the power strip is rated to run higher than the wattage of your monitor combined with your PC, because I know a lot of people do this. They'll use a very old power strip, plug it in, and find out, hey, why is my shit just not working right? Excuse my French. Shouldn't have said that. Why is my stuff not working right? And it's because power strips have a limitation on how much power they will allow or run through. So make sure it's rated for the right wattage. And if you're not sure, just go buy a new one, because they're like 20 bucks. You already have a surge protector? Nice. As long as it's like a 1500 watt, then you have more than enough power from that surge protector than needed. Usually I tell people for most builds like 1,000, but I think yours is an 850 watt power supply. Yes. So PC will draw a maximum of 850 watt, though it probably never will. At 850, it's bigger than what it actually needs. And then your monitor probably, I don't know, 60 to 80, somewhere in that neighborhood on daily usage. So 1,000 watt would be enough. Hey, howdy, I got swords. Army? We haven't seen him in a while, have we? I sent a Facebook message for after stream asking about a case. Okay, I'll take a look at it, man. Don't worry. I will look at it after this. Okay, so we got into the desktop finally. So I'm going to switch over to hopefully our... Oh, this works. You guys can have a nice image of my back as I do that. And table capture card, maybe? No, we're just floating in space saying be right back. Hold on. I'm not be right back. Hold on. Where's my capture card? Oh, we got a black screen now. That's a good sign, right? It's an upgrade. Maybe. Instead of giving away graphics cards, I should be upgrading my capture card. Scale. I don't want to scale. I just want my display resolution, please, sir. Yeah, we're at 1920 by 1080. I don't know what the deal is here. I don't know why it's doing this. Nice. All right, let me install the graphics card drivers, and then we'll switch over to this. Because apparently this is just not going to work yet. Is 50 fans enough for a PC? Yes. If you have 50 fans cheering you on, then you have enough. I mean, 50 fans cooling your PC. It's more than enough. Those are some nice looking elbows you got there, Ben. Thank you. You see my calluses on my elbows? It's from the arm, what do you call those? The arm rests on the chairs. I make it more difficult than it has to be. I know. AMD drivers. Submit. Although I gotta get going, my wife is attempting to cut her dog's hair and she's asking for help. Good luck with that, sir. Have a great rest of your stream, Ben. I'll try to catch you next one. Sounds good, Scotty. We'll see you next time, sir. The GPU I'm looking to buy is blue, so I'll need to make a full blue PC. If you want a really cool looking case that's blue, King, go take a look at the Montech Sky 2. They have a blue option, and then also the Montech King 95. I don't know why it's 95, but they chose the number 95. So the Montech King 95, which also comes in blue. Both great options. Why couldn't you finish the download? Hey, what's up, Monkey? How's it going, sir? We're just trying to finish this PC up so we can move on to the next build. And then finish that one up and move on to the next build. Because we got 2 more to go. So don't worry, there's a lot more builds to go. Good. Awesome. Good to hear, sir. I'm going to get this switched over here so we can see what I'm doing on the screen eventually. But, open. I think I have to get these drivers installed before my capture card can understand that 1080p is okay. I don't know why. My capture card's a piece of crap. It's gonna go in the garbage can one day. The Montech King 95 has my name on it, and it is pretty cool looking. Yes, and they come in. So if you don't want the Montech fans pre-installed, they give you two options. One with the fans, which are the Ring Montech fans. They're pretty good actually. And or the second option without the fans, and you can just install your own. And I think it's like a $50 difference or $40 difference. Both are really great cases, Montech King or the Montech Sky 2. Personally, I'm a huge Montech fan. They make some pretty cool looking cases, and they keep the price pretty reasonable. So, what is the GPU on this PC? This is an RX 570. It's actually an upgrade. So the customer brought in, with a budget, an upgrade from an old i5 from like 10 years ago on an ITX motherboard with 8 gigs of DDR3 and a Samsung like 250 gigabyte SSD SATA and a 1 terabyte or 500 gigabyte hard drive with a GTX 650 that they bought, I think, on Amazon for a while ago, and they just got ripped off on this thing, man. So we're just upgrading so that it can play games. We upgraded to a Ryzen 5 3600 on a B550 Asus TUF Gaming ATX Wi-Fi Bluetooth motherboard with 16 gigs of DDR4 3200 and a 1 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 4 SSD. So it's going to be super snappy. And I threw in, because they didn't have the budget for a graphics card upgrade as well, I threw in an RX 570 during the stream because I could not take myself and put that GTX 650 back in here. It just needs to go in a garbage can or recycle bin. So that's where we're at. And now I'm just reinstalling Windows on the new SSD. I'm going to get us over here on the capture card shortly. It's just, for some reason, my capture card is like to the 1080p resolution without drivers installed. I don't know why, but give me a minute. I'll be there. Oh. So now I'm just dancing here as I wait for the driver to install. It's a beautiful time for the tech questions, though. If anybody has any, bring them on. So I'm not doing anything at this moment, except for standing here waiting for this driver to install. So then we can reboot and start doing the rest of it. Come on, mate. You can do it. I have faith in you. But the next build is going to be for Misha. That one I am super excited to do. Oh, come on. It's also trying to do the Armory Crate stuff because it's an Asus TUF. Do you like air coolers more or AIOs? You know, that's a really good question. I feel like your air cooler is going to last longer, ultimately, over your AIO, which will eventually dry up and then fail. Plus, the pump is just like any fan. It is something that is not replaceable on the unit very easily. Not something that you could just go in and replace easily. Can be done, but wouldn't recommend it. Whereas, you know, so you have, like, for example, most pumps have like 100,000 hours is their rated lifetime. So it'll run for 100,000 hours and then it'll eventually fail out. Or the liquid in an AIO loop will eventually dry up. Versus a air cooler, it comes down to like a tower air cooler. The gases in the heat pipes are what will eventually go out. but they last a long time. And if the fans have also a lifetime set on them, expectancy, like 100,000 hours, for example. Once those fans go out, you can always replace them. So it's much more manageable with air coolers versus an AIO if you want to think long term. But I think I like AIOs because you can distribute the heat where you want the heat to go. You have more control of where the heat's going to end up. Because the radiator, for example, we could put it here on the top of the computer, and the hot air is going to be exhausted out the top rather than exhausted out the back, which then gets, you know, if you have a fan in the rear, gets pulled out the back. I mean, both of them are pretty good, but there's a high likelihood that some of that heat is going to slip back into the case and then get recirculated. So overall, I would say the AIO is probably my choice, because by the time you're looking at replacing the AIO, you're most likely going to be replacing other components or upgrading anyway. What's the oldest cooler you've used? Oldest cooler, boy oh boy, Zalman. I have a very old Zalman cooler that was for AM3 plus and it was on my FX 8350, which was the fake 8-core processor. 8 cores, but it's not 8 cores. It's 4 cores with 8 threads, technically, I think, right? Virtual cores. Fake cores. So, I can't remember the exact model of that Zalman cooler, but it was a massive... It was a badass cooler, too. And I miss that style of cooler. I wish they would... I don't even know if they make coolers anymore, honestly. I haven't looked. I think they do. I think they're still around. Zalman? Yeah. I don't know. It was a massive block. It had a fan controller right on it, so you could go in and dial the temps. And it was around the FX 8350 era. I don't remember the exact model. I'd have to go look at it. And I doubt there's any sticker left on it because it's like, I don't know, 12 years old. And then I had a very old Cooler Master cooler. I have one somewhere. And then I've also got a very, the old stock AM3 or stock socket 462 coolers. I've got a couple of those sitting around. That was like back in the AMD Duron time, or Athlon time. Back when socket 462 was a thing. Hyper 212, I think it was an original Hyper 212 or a 212 classic coolers, I know. I even had, and I don't know if I still have it, a Pentium 3, slotted Pentium 3 with its own cooler on there. So it's a slotted CPU instead of a socket. I guess it still was called a socket, but it was a slot. Pentium 3. A massive, like, 400 megahertz on that thing, too, was its clock speed. Single core. Because dual core wasn't even a thing back then. Okay, so drivers are installed. We just rebooted. Let's... Oh, boy. Maybe. Are we in trouble? No, we're back. Okay. Maybe there's issues. All right, capture card. Work. Maybe? Hey. Hey. Yep. I think the capture card worked. I don't know why, but it doesn't like anything unless drivers are installed. Hey. Now I'm floating out on the desktop. Okay, so first thing we're going to do, I already installed the Armory Crate while we're sitting there installing drivers, but we want to get the Armory Crate up and running and go through all this lovely stuff. I agree. Just don't show me this again right now. I hate how the Armory Crate is profile based as well. So if somebody signs into a new profile, they have to reinstall the Armory Crate. Do you want to allow public or private? Yes. What a dumb question. We live! I'm telling you, it's the capture card does not like anything under 1080p, and when it is 1080p without like drivers on the graphics card, for some reason this piece of POS, sorry, not point of sale either, you can look up the other acronym for it, POS capture card does not like to capture, even though that is literally its job, to capture. That is why you exist. I don't know, it was like a $40 Amazon cheap capture card that I was like, I'll try it. And doesn't like low resolutions. Other than that, it works pretty good. Definitely wouldn't recommend it for people streaming high quality stuff though. But for like desktop crap like this, it's fine, except for the resolution bug. But now I know. Do not recommend this kind of crap. And that's why I run crap. That's why I run the current CPU cooler that I have over here. ProArt is their, it's like their creator series lineup. So if you are more into like, if you're doing more like Adobe work, then you would want to probably try to work with the ProArt parts. I don't think there's a difference in the graphics card, but they do have ProArt graphics cards as well in their lineup. But the motherboard is where you will benefit from their ProArt. They have a ton more USB ports and USB-C options for, you know, adding on different parts for Photoshop. Like if you got a pad with a pen, one of those pen things, whatever that's called. I don't know. I don't remember what that's called. But if you've got a bunch of different components that you're trying to plug in for artwork, then ProArt, it would be the option that I would recommend. But they don't spend all the money on the RGB, because there's really no RGB on the board. They put it into kind of the usefulness of the board. They're actually pretty good boards. They're expensive, and I think they're still overpriced, but the functionality is there. So it's more functionality driven, I guess is the right way to put it. So right now I'm just installing all the drivers from the Armory Crate. This is the easiest way to actually install drivers if you have an ASUS motherboard and it is supported by the Armory Crate. So you can download the Armory Crate, which is usually launched immediately after you finish installing Windows. Motherboard initiates that, hey, do you want to install Armory Crate? And then you install it, and then you can just go in here and install all the drivers, which includes your chipset drivers, which is awesome. Gets all that downloaded and installed for you, all in one quick click. So, super convenient. One of my favorite things about ASUS. The downside is if you're a system integrator like me, and you put ASUS Armory Crate on one profile, and the customer download or signs into another profile, which most of them do, then you have to reinstall ASUS Armory Crate on the new profile because it's profile based, so it's only available on the profile that you're signed into. You cannot open it in another profile. You have to reinstall it. Dumb. I know. It's stupid. I wish ASUS would fix that. And you know, it's useful for people that have multiple people that are using the PC. Maybe, you know, it's a shared gaming PC, which is very rare probably in today, but maybe you got a couple of kids and you got one PC for the kids to use, and ASUS Armory Crate's the RGB controller. So Armory Crate needs to be on every single profile that's logging in and out. That would be a pain in the butt to have to reinstall it like a couple times. Just saying. Asus. That's something you can improve on. You're always searching for incredible. I think that's their slogan on the Prime. In search for incredible. I think that's what it is. Well, if you're in search for incredible, or for those who dare, how about we just make the software flow better through Windows? Start with simple. I'm just complaining because I can. I can complain here, and nobody listens anyway. I know you're listening. I'm just saying, like, Asus. I'm not big enough to make a ripple in the pond. I should be working, but I'm listening instead. Well, get working, dude. Minimize me and go work. What are you working on? Ew. Never. I hear you. I feel the same way. You know what? I'm working right now, so I should say, screw this. Just close it. No, I'm just kidding. I won't do that. Everybody waiting in line for their PC to be built. Wait, no, don't. That's it. I'm done. But this is the boring part of a, gotta outsource it. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna outsource it, never. This is the boring part of building PCs, and usually I put it on the bench behind me and click through things and go continue building and bounce around. So normally that's what will happen here. But in this case, I need to get this done today, so I'm just gonna run through it here and get it done. And then I'll move it over to the next bench and run the benchmarks on it to the extended benchmarks. For example, the graphics card, that's my biggest concern because it is a used card, and I'm pretty sure it's good. I've tested it before, but I didn't run it for like a long period, so I want to run a long period graphical benchmark on it just to make sure it gets hot and the temps stay good, especially in this case. This case is not the greatest for airflow. Don't have like 3 extra sets of hands at home? I do have actually a ton of extra sets of hands. Actually, yes, I do. But they don't know what they're doing, so. I'm sorry. I love them. But, alright, so now that the driver updates are done, actually, I want to install the AI suite. And then we'll do the Armory Crate updates, because even though it got installed, the Armory Crate, there are updates for the components that you have to do. 5 if you count the puppers. Yeah, and the cat. So there's a cat, a dog, 2 kids, and a wife. And me. So there's, what, 6 of us? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6. I don't know if the cat's gonna do anything. He's the laziest cat there is. And I mean, when I'm talking lazy cat, he is so lazy. Lazy beyond lazy. Trying to get that cat to get up and move is no bueno. Not going to work. Mr. Max the pup, he's pretty energetic. He has like an on-off switch, so if you want him to be energetic, he'll be energetic. If you want him to chill, he'll be chill. Cat supervisor, exactly. He's definitely taken the management position to heart. He's upper management. All he does is oversee as he lays on the highest point of the room and oversees what's happening from there. All right, we're gonna restart later. And now we'll go into the Asus Armory Crate, which if you need to know how to update the Armory Crate, It's the little gear icon in the bottom on the left side. We go to the update center, and then you could check for updates, but I already have an update sitting here because it's already checked. So we could click update, and then it's going to say, hey, do you want to update the armor crate now? Yes. And if your armory crate gets too old to the point where ASUS is like, you know, it's time, then the next time you try to launch armory crate, it'll actually pop up and say, hey, you need to update before we proceed. So do those updates so that you can maintain opening the app and upgrading or updating your motherboard drivers if you need to, or changing your RGB if it's synchronized to your motherboard, or adjusting most new boards. The fan expert is in the armory crate versus in the ASUS AI suite. So your fan curve's in there. So a lot of good reasons why you should have the armory crate with an ASUS motherboard installed. I'm not made for dancing, FYI. We can launch the armor crate again. Yay! But we're not done with the updates on the armor crate. So if we go back to the gear icon, go back to the update center, there's going to be all these other updates down here that you have to do separately. Update all. And it goes through and it does all the updates for the components of the motherboard, software for those components through the armor crate. Important to do those too. So it fixes a lot of bugs. Such as Festive Effects, Effect Halloween, that just got installed. Or Option Xmas, which is another festive effect that you have the option to select. Or Tough Gaming B550 Plus Wi-Fi 2 ASUS Core SDK, probably the most important out of all the ones that just got installed. You know, stuff like that. Okay, now that those updates are done, we've already installed the graphics card drivers, which is the AMD Adrenalin. So we're all up to date there. Looks like our RX 578 gigabyte is running as we should. I don't really need to do anything in there, so I'm just going to close that. Next up, what else do we do? BIOS. We need to do a BIOS update. Okay, so for a BIOS update, I'm going to go ahead and open this up. Then we're going to have to go to the website for this motherboard. I'm also going to create the support folder. And I want CPU Z, HW monitor. Ugh. Need to lay off on the ads on here. CPU ID. Did it actually download? No. What the H? There we go. HW monitor. All right, and then ASUS Tough Gaming B550 Plus Wi-Fi 2, because it's the second edition. We're going to download the BIOS. Then we're also going to go over here under drivers and tools and just grab that armory crate just to have it in the support folder. So if they go and need it reinstalled on the new profile, they can do that very easily. So we're going to want these three moved, this one moved, copy that one over here, and then we're going to go back to our thumb drive and copy this over here. Oh, we already have one here. And extract. So there we go. We got our extracted BIOS file over on our USB drive. I'm going to just really quick run through the installs of these guys. Finish. Yes. Yes. Do it. And go to benchmarks and grab probably the Valley benchmark for a 570. Whoa. Whoa. What are you whooping at? What's your deal? What? Woof. What? Is it dinner time? Is that what you're telling me? We'll go ask them for dinner. No? Okay. Woof. He's trying to tell me it's dinner time. I'm trying to explain to him, I'm not ready for dinner yet. Alright, so I'm just going to run through and install this benchmark. And then we'll do the BIOS update. And then set the XMP profile, and the only fan that we can control is the CPU fan because the rest of them are on that other controller, so... Restart to the BIOS. And I'm also going to probably switch to the side view while we're doing this so you don't stare at a black screen. Unless it actually works. Don't think it's going to. Cool. Which species of freeloader was it? That was Max, the dog. The doggo. The El Doggo. Asus. From 6/15/2023. No, that's pretty old. We don't want that one. We want this one from today. I really need to go through this USB drive and probably delete all the old BIOSes that I still have in here, so I don't accidentally upgrade to an old BIOS version. But we're going from version 3202, which is dated 6/15/2023, to 3405, which is dated 12/13/2023 for the B550. Nice. Nice. You like that? All right. This is using the Asus BIOS Easy Flash 3 utility, version 03.00. Oh. It's been kind of a long day. crisis of the kitchen faucet today. That was quite the adventure. And I refuse to pay plumbers what they want to be paid, so I got to do it myself. They come in and just look at a pipe and they're like, that'll be $500. And I feel completely violated. Sorry, I love plumbers. Love you guys, but can't afford you. Maybe that's a Michigan thing, like a Michigan plumbing thing. I don't know. Prices out here are absurd. And they're always like booked like weeks out. So if you need something, they'll say, oh, well, that'll have to be an emergency call. Because the only time you ever really need a plumber is when something's really up. You know? So then they're like, yeah, that'll be $500 just for the call. And you're like, ah, I'll just fix it myself. YouTube, here I come. Probably could stumble through it, but, you know, learning as you go. But YouTube kind of gives you that experience beforehand, so you're like, okay, I know what to look for. I feel more confident diving into this. Faucets are pretty simple. You just have the cold hookup and the hot hookup. But the trick is, with our sink, we have a very deep sink. So getting up behind the sink in the back, and then all the way up to the top of the counter to get that thing undone, which I found out there's a tool that helps you do that. Which I did not have, which I purchased. Just for the one job. That I don't know why I buy tools. You buy a tool to do one job, and then you put it in the shelf, and then it sits there for 18 years. Until you need it again. Same thing with tiling the bathroom. I bought all these tools for tiling, and then haven't used them since. Excuse me. Almost back again. Tell a friend. So I was planning on doing like a community gaming day, maybe this upcoming weekend, like Sunday. I just didn't know what kind of games you guys wanted to play, or if anybody's even interested. Yes. Reset. Palworld? What? What is that? I don't even know what that is. Is that like Humans Fall Flat? Or something like that? Why don't I know these things? The last one that I thought was like the #1 game was that that game where you're in these like radiation suits running around doing weird stuff that my daughter made me buy her on Steam. She said she had to play it, so we ended up buying that for her, and I still haven't played it. Is that what that is? Maybe that's the same game. I don't know what that one is. I'm not here when it comes to like the newest, latest, and greatest games anymore. Except for like AAA titles. Lethal Company, that's what that one is, yeah. I knew that in the back of my head somewhere. Alright, BIOS ready to go, XMP profile set. We're rebooting. Palworld is like Pokemon with guns in Arctic. Dang, that is interesting. That's like a Valorant mixed with, but not Valorant, but you know, it's kind of like taking CSGO, or kind of what Valorant did, which was take like a CSGO experience and then add to it. That's interesting. I would be interested to learn more about that. Palworld. And we're back on the capture card. So the next thing I'm going to do here is, one, get rid of that stupid Asus mini bar, and two, really quick, run this on the CPU cooler. Yes, do it. I think you can party with up to 5 other people. Nice. #1 game on Steam and on sale till today, midnight, for $27. $27? It's $27 and I haven't heard of it? That's like almost AAA price. And that's on sale. Was it like $3 off, like normally $29.99? Might go grab it. We'll see. I'm surprised my because usually, you know, my daughter, she's like telling me all about the games. She probably wanted it, but she just destroyed her iPod, or iPod, which was her phone. She's 11, so she doesn't really have a phone yet, but she destroyed her iPod by dropping it into the bathtub. So then when I was looking up new iPods versus buying phones and the cost, they were pretty much the same cost, so I ended up just getting an iPhone 14 for her on our current Verizon plan. By opening a new line, I could get the phone for free. So I was like, well, I guess it makes sense it's time to just do that. So now we have a way to contact her in the event of an emergency, if she's being babysat, or if she's with friends. So, and yes, I am monitoring the crap out of her phone. So, the Mons are super cute. Kids should love it. Huh. I'm surprised she hasn't asked me to buy it yet. I guess that's where I'm... Especially if it's on sale. Because that's usually her leverage to tell me that she needs to buy it, is because it's on sale. Her leverage. We might have to change up the music for the next build. I don't know, guys. The problem is if I start playing, like, unlicensed music, I get flags, and then you guys can't rewatch videos. Unless I download it, edit it, and then send it back up. And then you don't have my voice track, because it's not being recorded in different tracks. It's being recorded all as the same audio track. So, shitty situation. Eventually I will have a stream setup that records the video in one track, the audios in separate tracks, where it's separate audio for music, separate audio for microphone. It's free on Xbox Game Pass. Oh, we do have Xbox Game Pass, because we have, believe it or not, yes, I have an Xbox One. And for some reason, I pay for Xbox Game Pass. I don't know why. My girls like to play on the Xbox still. So, especially when they have friends over, or my sisters are over. They all like to jump on there and drink wine, and all my sisters are older. They're not old. They're older than 21. But they'll drink wine and then play with my daughter on Xbox. And no, my daughter is not drinking wine. Okay, so that's done. Let's just run this real quick. I just want to see how it runs. Sometimes I just shut up. Here we go. I'm just gonna max everything out. So it's probably gonna tank the FPS bigly, because we're at 1080p with the highest details and also 8x x8 on the anti-aliasing. So it's gonna tank our FPS. 40 FPS, 45. It's pretty good, considering the anti-aliasing. If we turn that off, watch how much better it gets. Hey Dad Bods, AIO question for you. Have you heard about the quality issues with Galahad 2, such as it failing? Yes, I have. Within the first few months, been looking over AIOs, and that one is constantly on lists. But I pop on reviews and they and see that often. Yeah. So the Galahad 2 is a great cooler. The problem is that yes, they had a lot of issues with their pumps failing within the first month. And I actually did quite a few builds with them, and I was scared, like worried that I was going to have to recall them. And I actually stopped building with them for a while. That's why you don't see me building with the Galahad 2 anymore, or haven't seen me build with them recently, is because of that issue. So I'm avoiding the issue by not using them. Because I don't want to have to, you know, go replace 50 AIOs and 50 different computers that I built. So I just avoid it. So now we're at 80 FPS. Pretty good. For max details, quality level, ultra. Change it to high, we'll probably get to 100. Close to it. We're in the 90, almost 90. Pretty good. Pretty good for an RX 570. But that is way better than that GTX 650 at 1 gigabyte. Probably wouldn't even be able to run the benchmark. So the answer to your question is yes. Avoid the Galahad 2 for now until Lian Li's confirms that they've removed the affected stock from shelves, because there's no way, even though that they might have already resolved the problem, there's no way for you to tell that the Galahad 2 that you're purchasing from Amazon or Micro Center or Newegg or wherever you're purchasing from is a affected one. So I would just avoid it until they confirm that all their stock has been recalled, which I have not seen any indication from Lian Li that all of their inventory that was bad has been recalled. So that's where we're at with Lian Li and Galahad 2. Until they come out and say that they have recalled successfully 100% of their inventory, I tell people don't even bother. Because you're taking a chance on having an issue. Which, who wants to have to replace their AIO a month after they build their PC? Not me. Hell. And I'm flying through the trees here. Whee! So an alternative AIO that I would recommend is the Arctic Liquid Freezer 2. So the Arctic Liquid Freezer 2 is really good. Their fans are like, meh, I'm not a big fan of their fans. Metaphor. Funny. And then the other one would be Corsair's actually pretty good. MSI actually had a recall a couple of years, or about a year, maybe 2 years ago now. So MSI, I think, had solved their problems. Thermaltake also had recalls, and I think they solved their problem. Deepcool is a really good one, especially their LT series. So the Deepcool LT720, that's a really good cooler. AIO. What else? Thermalright has a really good 360 millimeter AIO. It's their Frozen Note. that would be the one. If any, out of all the Thermalright AIOs, I would recommend the Thermalright because it has the pump in line, so it's an inline pump. I'm also looking at the Arctic 2, the IQs, and possibly waiting for the height one. Yeah, but the height coolers are literally going to be impossible to get right away. You're going to wait 6 months before you have that. EVGA's, oh yeah, and then yeah, EVGA CLC 360 is a pretty good one as well. Also, EK has a pretty good 360 millimeter AIO. The Nucleus, I don't know what I'm saying, but EK, which is a company that mostly builds open loop hardware, has their own AIO as well, and that is a really good cooler. Though, if you are trying to put the EK cooler inside a height Y60, you are going to have to modify the case, meaning cut actually a big chunk of metal out of the case because it doesn't fit right, because the tubes are not where the tubes connect to the radiator, it kind of sticks out a little bit further. I'm talking like very small amount, and so it doesn't set right, so you do have to cut a little bit out of the case. Awesome, I appreciate the input for sure. I got the Y60. Yes, so if you're going with the Y60, the EK AIO is not going to fit in the top unless you modify the case, which I had to do actually in one of my live streams. I had the EK, and that's where I found out about this issue, is I was putting an EK AIO in that Y60, and I had to, like, in the middle of the stream, go out and cut the case so that it would fit it. But I mean, it didn't like destroy the case or anything. It's just modified it so that it would allow the EK AIO radiator to fit in the top chamber where it was supposed to be. So just keep in mind, if it's over the length of your standard 360 millimeter radiator, look at those dimensions. If it's longer than that, then you'll have a struggle fitting it in the Y60. So, and also the thickness, I think, makes a big difference as well. The thickness, so like an Arctic AIO in the Y60 probably wouldn't fit. Corsair probably will fit fine. But it was Unuzi's live stream, so if you go back on my live streams, it was Unuzi's live stream, and I think it was back in like March of 2023. So you can scroll through and kind of find that video and look at the trouble that I had on YouTube. But this is running pretty good. I mean, we're at 100 FPS. We're averaging about 90 with these settings, which is pretty good. So I'm happy. I'm calling it a day. Oh, coil whine. You can hear that coil whine. I'm thinking of going with the 240 on the side. I can't remember if the Y60 supports 140 millimeters on the side. Hey, Jeff, thanks for that like over there on Facebook, sir. I don't remember if it supports like a 280, 140 millimeter fans, meaning 280. So I would go with the 280 if it supports the 280 on the side over the 240, because you want as much radiator real estate as you can get. And honestly, I would go 360 and put it on the top, because the side is for intake, and it's important with that case that you have the intake on the side there. So I would go 360 on the top, especially if you're putting a beefy card in there. You want that intake. All right, guys, let's go ahead and shut this down, or let's actually get Windows activated. Not gonna show you the key. Not silly. All right. So let's get our key. Get this stuff activated, and we could probably shut it down and move on to the next build. I am going to take a small break between, because I need to hit the restroom, refill, or get a new drink, and then all that jazz. And then we'll start the next build. Okay, thinking about going 240 on the side. Okay, shooting for 80 super here. Okay, then yeah, you'd probably want to put the 360 on the top. Well, see if I can nab it. Yeah, you should be able to. I mean, graphics cards have not been selling like hotcakes, honestly, so I don't think you should have a problem getting one. I got the i7-14, might just get the i9 though, and get rid of the i7. Slowly been getting pieces. Nice. Awesome, dude. Yeah, I mean, the i7 will run that card just fine. You do not need to upgrade to the i9 to run that card. You will have no bottleneck with that Intel i7-14700K. None whatsoever. Alright, guys. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to message these guys, letting them know this PC is ready to go. Your builds have been big help. I work with hardware. Oh, nice. But never done a PC. Nice. Yeah, no, it's pretty easy to do a PC, really. You just got to make sure everything is compatible. So, for example, the i7-14700K on either a 690 or a 700 or 600 series motherboard. Doesn't have to be a 790 or a 690, but you need to just make sure. And then, you know, of course, if the motherboard is DDR4 or DDR5, you buy the right DDR4 or DDR5 RAM. And for DDR5 with that chip, I would have gone 6400 megahertz CL32 for your speeds and timing, and maybe 6000 CL30. I'm gonna go grab a snack too. Awesome. So I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna message these guys, let them know that the PC is ready to go. Then we're gonna come back and we're gonna start on the second PC. So Misha, if you are watching, we will be starting here shortly, and I'll probably send you a message as well. Be right back, guys. Hey, what's up, Steve? Just getting ready to transition to the next build here. I'll be right back. Well, all right, just getting this. It looks like there's some updates. I just have to restart. Hold on. And actually, I got to plug in the SATA drives too.
Oops, I forgot.
I did not leave them anywhere accessible there. Oh, jazzy. Yeah, they were down. Good price around Black Friday, which was when I started grabbing things. Yes, prices were down. And prices are back up, especially around the SSDs and RAM going up. Bzzz, ding. If you were planning to buy RAM or an SSD, you should have done it before December. All right, let's see if our other storage shows up. It does. And then I just want to shut down and reboot and make sure we're still on the correct boot drive. Make sure that order's correct and it doesn't accidentally try to boot to the old one. Whenever I get a pizza, I get my dog 2 sides of chicken, but that changes nothing. He still wants the pizza. I don't know what it is with dogs and pizza, and it's so bad for them. The gluten is so bad for them. It is trying to, I think, boot to the old drive. Shit. Chicken's probably good for them. It's a lot of protein there for them. I think it's trying to boot to the old drive. And it's going through a fixing stage of drive G. And I will have to check that out. Dang it. Sorry, we got support messages here. Questions about opening one of their build for the first time. Okay. This is all set, so I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. Let them know to come pick up, which I was supposed to do a few minutes ago, but I didn't because I got sidetracked. Do. Come on, Outlook. All right. That was successful. On to the next build. You guys ready for this one? It's already getting 7 o'clock already? All right. So, for the next build, it's our almost quite famous. I don't know if it's actually famous or not, but our Phantom Storm build, which is a very popular build that people order on our website. But the Phantom Storm features a Z790 V Wi-Fi, which is an Asus Prime motherboard, Intel i9-12900K with a LGA 1700 bracket from Thermalright, and then we have 32 gigs of DDR5, which is at 6000 megahertz CL36, but it's a bundled deal that we get with the board and the CPU, and so it's a great option. Thank you for the case recommendation. No problem, man. 2 terabyte M.2 Gen 4 SSD, and website you can actually select which graphics card you get, but we have a Thermalright AIO liquid cooler. This is the Frozen Note, and this is actually the cooler that I was talking about, Dad Bods, that I recommend if you're gonna purchase a 360 on a budget. And then we have an RTX 4070 Ti in here as well. And that's a MSI RTX 4070 Ti. And then we have a 850 watt 80 plus gold power supply, which is PCIe 5.0 ready, as well as ATX 3.0 ready. So it's a great power supply option if you are going with a power supply with NVIDIA, especially the 4070 Ti and up. Or I don't know if the 4070 Super actually uses 16 pin or not. I'd have to check it out. But if you're using a card that requires the 16 pin or 12 pin plus the 4 option, then you'd want a card that is PCI, or a power supply that's PCI 5.0 ready for that connection, so you don't have to use the stupid adapter that comes with the cards. And that's what I recommend anyway. It eliminates the extra adapter connections, so it's just a connection on the card and a connection on the power supply. That's it. And it just looks a lot cleaner, as well as helps avoid any melting issues that people have brought up in the past with the 4090s. Wasn't ever a problem on a 4070 Ti, but still something you want to avoid. Bundle deal is the Micro Center. We don't have one here. The nearest is in California. Holy smokes, I live in Washington State. Yeah, that would be a drive. Quite the drive. So, let me make sure they're going to be jumping on here and watching, because they were asking about it earlier today, and they were on the stream earlier. Just want to make sure they know we are live doing their build right now. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and get started with this build. Just give it a few seconds, see if they show up. Whatever. Let's just get started. So we're in the top-down view already, so I'm going to go ahead and just move some of this that I just piled up over here out of the way. Oh, you are here. You had your laptop next to your PS5. Nice. Okay, just wanted to make sure. I'm going to go ahead and get started on it. All right, so we're going to start with the motherboard, the CPU, the RAM, the SSD. So first things first, the motherboard. And this is going in a Montech Sky 2. Another case that I recommended earlier, actually. And it's in black. So what we're going to do is we're going to, let's get a zoom in on this board. We're going to drop the CPU into the socket and then put the Thermalright bracket over it. And the CPU in the socket is going to protect the pins so they don't get damaged while we're working around the socket. There's our Intel i9 12900K. And then this is our LGA 1700 contact frame by Thermalright. There we go. We have our contact frame installed onto our Intel i9 12900K. Beautiful. So now we're going to get our RAM installed. And the tool to remove that bracket, if you ever need it, is going to be in this package here, which is going to be shipped with the PC along with the stock brackets if you ever need them. That's 32 gigs of DDR5, 6000 megahertz at CL36. And then we have our M.2 stud here that we need to install. And then we can put the SSD in. This is my computer build. Same RAM. My CPU is KS, but still same. Nice. And you're using a 4070 Ti. Oh, nice. So it'll be pretty close to the same build. We're putting in a 2 terabyte M.2 Gen 4 SSD by Silicon Power. It's the UD90 if you want to look up the specs, but that's 5,000 megabits read-write. Pretty quick drive. All right, next we're going to get the mounting hardware for the cooler on the board, so that's ready to go once we put it in the case. We don't have to deal with that. Mounting hardware. There we go. Mounting hardware is ready. This computer will rip through games like with ease. Oh yeah, for sure. Make easy work for everything the person does. Definitely. Misha is over on Kick right now, but I think they've been bouncing back and forth from Facebook. So, definitely for sure. I'm going to set this aside and we're going to get the case out because we're ready for the case. This is the Sky 2 Montec. So I'm going to take the panels that we need to remove off. Then we got our hardware kit. So we're pretty much ready to drop this board in here. Just need to get the hardware out of its baggage or packaging. All right, ready for the motherboard to go in. Sorry about that. They were asking if they could come pick up, and I was letting them know, yes, you can, but the roads are complete ice rinks. Right now, over here, our back roads are very, very icy because there was a layer of snow that was compacted because of driving on it without it being scraped. And the rain on top of it, now it's ice. It's just complete ice with water on top. So, not ideal to drive on. So I just wanted to warn them, if they were coming, they may have some difficulties getting here today. And that if it was troublesome, I could drive it down the road, meet them on the pavement, which would mean I'd have to pause the stream. Sorry. Okay, so we've got our motherboard installed. Next up, we could start doing some of the connections on the board. Our front panel connections, which is our USB-C, USB 3.0, and any of our power button, etc. HD audio. All of that stuff needs to be plugged in. There we go. Very nice, yeah? And the last thing we want to... a couple other things we want to do is get our EPS cables plugged in up here at the top corner so we don't have to deal with that after we get the AIO installed. We want to install the bottom fan here. And then I want to peel this, so I have to do that graphics card in here. And AIO. Let's get the fan, power supply, and then we'll do the AIO. Kind of backwards, but the bricks in downtown were slick. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. This is a reversed blade, which means the blades are flipped. So this is actually intake, which is what we want, pointing right at the graphics card. Then we just need 4 radiator screws, which is included with the case. There we go. Got that bad boy set up. We're going to plug it into WM port here. The RGB, we are going to try to run it all the way back up to the hub there the best we can. Now we're ready for the power supply. So let's go ahead and get that out and started. I know we actually technically don't need these PCIe cables, but I'm going to put them on there anyway, but they're attached to the power supply. Now, to route the power cables real quick. Got a 24 pin here for our motherboard power. The GPU is going to be our 4070 Ti. Then our EPS CPU cables. They're going to route kind of like this, up, around, okay, to that top corner there. Rotate and plug them in. This one open because only a 4 pin. The 8. There we go. 24 pin. There we go. Bring it up a little bit. Now we're ready for the AIO. The reason why I did this is so that it doesn't get blocked by the AIO that's going to go up here. It'll be a big pain in the butt to get to later. So, the fans are actually in the wrong position, so if we go to mount it, the cables are going to be facing the front, so we want to rotate the fans so that the cables are facing the other side. Compliments of Montech. We're pre-installing them, but in the wrong direction for most of 90% of the builds. Whoever decided, hey, let's pre-mount these, didn't think that one through. Or has never actually built a computer before. Or at least one, a modern one. Most of the time you want the hoses in the front because you have a rear fan. You put it in the back, the hoses are like right up on this rear fan. And if you put it on the back right now, there'd be so much extra slack, it would be like all over the graphics card, and I don't want the hoses on the card. Makes zero sense. All right, and then we gotta undo all these twist ties. Everybody who's been watching for a while knows how much I love twist ties. All right. Now the struggle of feeding cables through holes. All right. Ready to mount. Looking good? Almost there. Looking great. Thank you. All right. No, it's good. All right, what do you guys think? Graphics card time? Going right from the insane AIO installation to let's install a graphics card. A 4070 Ti. Actually very surprised there's no peel here. There's definitely some rubbing from the anti-static bag here on the plastic, which sucks. It's not something we can really buff out either. Starting to look like a gaming PC, I'd say. Yeah? We're almost there. Get some zip ties. Plug in our fans here at the top, our AIO cooler. daisy chain off this one, the hub. Looking good. All right, is that cable management acceptable or not? I think it's hot. All right, back panel. We actually have a GPU mount. I completely forgot about that. I will put that in later. You guys ready to see what this thing looks like fired up? Ready to see it? To believe it? Do this thing. It looks crisp. Is this the same case you recommended to me? No, this is the Montech Sky 2. But the Sky 2 is one that I would recommend as well. It's a really nice case. So, y'all are ready to see this thing? You want me to push that power button? See what it looks like fired up? Yeah. Punch it. Don't worry, it's DDR5, it's doing its thing. All right, new CPU installed. We've got a post. Misha, this is your new build. We're here. We've got it built. Now we got to do Windows drivers and battle tested phase, which I'm probably not going to be doing until tomorrow morning. So I probably won't be going because I think this one's shipped. Won't be going out until probably Wednesday, Thursday. Probably Thursday. So you'll get all that tracking info soon. But we've got the first step, which is build it, complete it. And it is currently powered on and posted, so that's all a good sign. But it does look pretty badass. Just keep note as well that video card installation process, because we will ship the PC without the graphics card installed. I should have told you to clip that or do something with it, but I could always go back and the instructions will be there for you as well. when you receive the PC. But the graphics card will be shipped uninstalled, so you will have to install it. How do you control the RGB? The RGB is going to be controlled by the software, and then the other option, if you prefer not to use the software, there is a button at the top of the computer that you can change the RGB. But I would recommend using the software because the software will synchronize everything, including the graphics card, so that you can get all the RGB synchronized. So the software is going to be the better option. Sweet. Yes, sir. Oh, man. It got late pretty fast. We were actually supposed to be ending the stream right now at 8 o'clock. That first build took way too long. Way too much time on that first one. So, I'm going to probably take a break, and then I'll come back and do the third one. I'm going to get a... I actually never got my drink. How ironic. I would like to get a drink. And then I will come back and we'll start build number 3. Alright, so enjoy checking out this one for a few, and I'll be back to start build number 3 in a few minutes. Okay. Ready to move on to build number 3. And sorry, I never updated the name. I just realized that. Sorry about that, Misha. That was your build, not Bailey's. We're going to switch to the top-down view here. Okay, so build number 3. Let me just update the name. So this one, I had to do some modifications on it. Tariq, this is your build 3 of 3 today. So originally, Tariq had actually, this is the custom select of our Gladiator on our website. So if you go to the Gladiator on the website, you can actually build out your own Gladiator and select all the components. Now, and I see this happen a lot, but they selected a A520 motherboard with a Ryzen 7 5700X. I wasn't going to allow that. We ended up switching it over to a B550M because the Ryzen 7 5700X has PCIe 4.0 support, and the VRMs on the A520 isn't that great for a Ryzen 7. Yes, it can run it, but it's not that great. So we moved over to the B550M instead of the A520. Just for your awareness, and it's for functionality that will make this processor run way better on this board, and you'll have access to PCIe 4.0 because number one, the 4060 Ti requires PCIe 4.0. It doesn't require, you can actually run it on PCIe 3.0, but you do lose some performance on PCIe 3.0. So 4060 Ti and the Ryzen 7, and he had a Gen 4 SSD selected. It initiated, hey, we need to fix this. We can't do a A520 for this build. The B550 is what we ended up with. So even though they ordered the A520, we are moving them to a B550 so that they can utilize PCIe 4.0. But overall, it's a solid build from our Gladiator custom select on the website, where you could choose all the components that you want built into your Gladiator. The Gladiator is our Montech Air 100 case. So it is a micro ATX tower. Really good airflow in that case. But what is going on back there? Yeah, you are. But the Ryzen 7 5700X has 8 cores, 16 threads, and a max boost of 4.6 gigahertz. We're going to be using Thermalright TF7 thermal paste. The Asus TUF Gaming 520, A520, we've swapped out for the MSI B550M Pro VDH Wi-Fi. So it has the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth and everything you would have had on the A520, except it also supports PCIe 4.0. We're going with 32 gigs of DDR4, 3200 megahertz CL16. So this is a great kit, and it is RGB. And then we also have, I believe this one's RGB, yeah. 1 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 4. And it's not the UD90, but it is the US75, which is actually a faster drive. So it has read writes up to 7,000 and 6,000 megabits per second. A very fast drive, faster than the UD90. Then we are cooling the CPU with a Thermalright Frozen Note 240mm AIO, and we have an RTX 4060 Ti, which is the 8 gig version of the card, as well as powering the entire system with a 750 watt 80 plus gold, which is SegedFET, and then we have the Montech Air 100 with the 4 120mm case fans. So lots of airflow in that case. Very well-rounded system. Definitely went CPU RAM heavy on the system, but that's setting them up for a really good, really solid system for the price. I think we came out to 1,146 on the build, which is very good. So if you want this build, you can go on to the website and check out the Gladiator Gladiator Custom Select, and you can select your components and build this out. Let's go ahead and get started. Remove some of these components that we don't need right off the bat. We're gonna get started with the motherboard. Get started with the board and go from there. And here's our Ryzen 7 5700X going in. Hold on, I got a couple of questions from the Facebook page / website support. Sorry. Okay, so I do have somebody that's showing up to pick up a PC here shortly. So just, I might have to step away for a few minutes. But we'll get as much here as we can before I run into that situation. We're going to go ahead and open up the RAM and install that. 32 gigs of DDR4, 3200. And then we're going to remove this heat spreader and add the SSD underneath this. We're also going to remove this extra stud that you don't want underneath your SSD. Because it's a full, like, 80, size 80. We're going to peel that off the heat spreader there, thermal pad, and get this started. There we go. We got our 1 terabyte Gen 4 SSD installed, our 32 gigs of DDR4, 3200 megahertz, and our Ryzen 7 5700X. So next up, we can get the mounting hardware for the cooler on the motherboard, and then we can get the case out and slap this in there. Okay. mounting hardware, and cooler. Make sure that's tight. We're ready for the case. All right, guys, I'll be right back. They're here to pick up. Alright guys, sorry about that. I'm back. Yeah. Okay, so we kind of left off with mounting the motherboard, but sorry about that. They just had to pick up their PC that they were here to pick up. We had to get them checked out, all that. Run through a couple of show and tells on the PC itself, and then get them loaded up in the truck. So here we go. We've been building for so long. We're at 5 hours. That the playlist has gotten to the old side of the playlist. Damn it. Okay. So next, we're going to get the front panel connections plugged in, and then we will get the power supply installed, because I want to put that in before we do the AIO again. Starting to like that method a lot. Is this USB 3.0 on the bottom or the side? It is on the bottom side. If that makes any sense. Inside the bottom side. It's actually on the bottom side. In fact, I might just come up to the side here. Rainbow. HD audio. USB 2.0. And then our power and HD LED. I think right there. Probably fine. Flip it over. Get them all plugged in. This is why I wanted to do that. Not loop around very nicely here. There we are. Got all our front panel connections done, so our HD audio, our fans, for actually all of our fans. There's a lot of fans here, right? And then USB 2.0 and our power switch, HD LED and power LEDs, and our addressable RGB sync, which is our 3-pin 5-volt ARGB or rainbow cable, and then our USB 3.0 here. We also have our CPU fan already plugged in with our splitter, headed to the back of the PC, ready for when we put the cooler in. So let's go ahead and get the cooler. I'm sorry, not the cooler, the power supply. You can tell I'm getting tired. We were supposed to be done streaming an hour ago. Alright, power supply ready to go in. Four screws to secure the power supply. I can get it out of the package. All right, power supply in. Let's go ahead and route some of these cables, and then we'll get them plugged in and move. Dang it! Move on to getting the AIO installed. And the last portion would be the graphics card and a little bit of cable management on the back side. Oh, come on. And then we're done. Right? Let's fire it up and see what it looks like after all of that. Okay. 8-pin EPS cable here. Goes into the 8 pins there. 24-pin motherboard. Goes into the 24-pin there. And on this one, it's going to be for our graphics card when we get to that. I'm going to kind of just tuck it away so it's out of our way. But we are now ready to put the AIO in. Which we already know. We have to rotate the fans because the fans are pre-installed and they're facing the wrong way for this design. So we're going to rotate the fans, get the cables facing the right way. And then we have wonderful twist ties that we have to undo so we free up the cables so we can push them or feed them to the back of the PC. Rotate. That's it. That's all we gotta do. Twist tie time, and if you guys have been following me long enough, you know how much I absolutely love twist ties. A lot of sarcasm there. Come on. Work with me here. Oh, there we go. Wasn't too bad, was it? Work with me. Yep. This is the pump that I am trying to currently get snuck in over here. But this is what will control the flow of the pump, or the speed of the pump, or the AIO. It's in a very awkward position. Get plugged in here. There we are. Good to go. Let's paste up and then drop this cooler on there. Rat's Nest Master Race, yes. Oh, do you watch, what's his name over that plays Escape from Tarkov, and he's a complete rat? And I think that's his whole theme, right? I can't think of his name right now. But yes, Rat's Nest, out of sight, out of mind. Never seen it, but I'm interested now. He plays Escape from Tarkov, and he rats up the entire game. That's pretty much his style. And he's got a pretty large following now, so... But I watched him back when he was, like, really small. And I always thought it was hilarious how pissed off people got because of him ratting up. But now he's got the whole stream themed after ratting. Have I lost my mind? I did. All right. Looking good. Really, we just got to drop the graphics card in here and do some cable management on the back. Fire this bad boy up. And then say, adios, have a good night. What do you guys think? GPU time? Yeah? Man, MSI, you really gotta fix that. You need a plastic shield over the MSI logo on these cards, because they're rubbing up on the anti-static bag in transit, and they are leaving rub marks on brand new, very expensive cards. It's kind of pathetic. It's the second one today. Not much I can do about that. Other than say, sorry, MSI is stupid. That looks like a gaming PC to me. Have you ever repatted a GPU? Oh yes. Many, many of times. I've probably repasted over 100 graphics cards now. To be honest. It's actually a service I offer on my website. If you wanted to bring it in locally or send me your graphics card to get done, I do all that. Shipping not included. What kind of pads do I use? I'll use Thermalright. 3070 Ti Founders. No, I have not done a 3070 Ti Founders. I actually haven't done a lot of Founders cards, to be honest. But I do know they're a pain in the butt. I've done a 3080, and the person that tried to do it before me, which is why they brought it in, they stripped the screws. So don't attempt to do a Founders Edition unless you have the exact bits to remove the screws, which are like TRX or TX, whatever you call them, heads. So make sure you have the right heads to remove the screws, or you will strip them, and then you will not be taking that card apart. I had to actually use a tapping tool to tap the screw and get it out that way. That was risking damage to the card, but the only thing I could do, and he was already so far that it had to be done, it was bad. Like, the card was just cooked. It lived its life in the CyberPower PC, and it was cooked. You could tell. It was thermal throttling, like, within 15 minutes of running. So, the card was almost useless, unless you repatted and pasted. So I went ahead and did all that, only for the guy to decide, literally like a month later, hey, I think I'm gonna just go ahead and upgrade my entire PC. Which, you know, he built it through me, but felt a little unproductive. But that was my experience with the 3080 Founders Edition. And it sucked. I hated the experience. But I will do it. Let's see here. Super annoying. Oh, yeah. R7 Ryzen 7 7800X 3D with a B550A Asus ROG for $599, or Intel i7 Ryzen 7800X 3D, by the way. If I said 5800, sorry. It's a 7800X 3D. the 14700KF with Z490 or Z790. Sorry, I'm getting tired. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Aorus Pro X for 610, both with 32 gigs of DDR5. Are these Micro Center bundles? That sounds like a Micro Center bundle if I have ever heard of one. What's the rest of the build going to be? That's a question. A good question that should be asked. What is the rest of the build going to be? Or has that not been planned yet? You already have a 4070. I think the 7800X 3D is going to be the better option. What are you going to be doing with the build? What is the PC's purpose? Tell me what the build's purpose is and I will give you opinion. But I think the 7800X 3D is going to be the better option if it's just gaming. If you are planning to stream and game, then I think the i7 14700K bundle is going to be better for you for the multitasking. A lot of extra power supply cables going to be crammed in here. That is a tight fit, indeed. That's what happens when you cram a big power supply in a small case. But it fits. And if it fits, it ships. Are we gaming or producing music and arts? I am a hardware engineer student, 3D models, gaming, stream, etc. If you're streaming, definitely go with the i7. If you're just gaming, go with the Ryzen 7 7800X. But the Intel i7 is probably going to be better for your creative and streaming side. Oh yeah, AMD is clearly superior for gaming. But I think you'll get a better benefit with the i7 for all the multitasking that you're going to be doing. I think that would be a better fit. Hey. Thanks for the new follow, sir. Hey, Payne, thanks for the follow, sir. Yeah, the Intel i7 is better for production work. I 100% agree with that. Yes, sir. What do you guys think? Does that look like a gaming PC? You guys want to see it fired up? First time. First voyage. The maiden voyage of the new Gladiator. Day one of the Gladiator has been born. Ready to smash that power button? Let's do it. Is that an LCD on the GPU? No, it is not. That is just the MSI logo with RGB behind it. It's an acrylic plastic, clear plastic, and they don't put any peel over the top of that, and that's what I was complaining about earlier, is because they don't put a plastic peel protector over it, it rubs up on the anti-static bag in its package during transit, and you'll see noticeable rub marks on it. So here's a $400 and something graphics card with rub marks on it from the manufacturer because they didn't care to put a piece of plastic over it. But that's not just on this one, it's every single MSI Gaming X card. No plastic over the acrylic. Rub marks. The other one that I just did, build number 2, it was an MSI Gaming X card. Same thing. Rub marks. Cutting corners again. It's not even cutting a corner. It's a piece of plastic. They probably have spare or excess plastic floating around the factory everywhere. I mean, I think it's just lazy or oversight. I think there was supposed to be plastic there, and it is being missed. But the sea turtles. Yes, but the sea turtles. It's very important that we don't miss that. All right, guys. I am burnt for the night. Holy smokes. A 4-hour stream turned into 6 hours, just like that. So we're about 2 hours over. Oops. 3 down for the books. That's right. We're going to bump to 15 builds on the air. So that will get us just over 0.5 is our ratio right now. 0.5 builds per day. So hopefully it picks up here in the next month. I'm expecting it to kind of get really busy around February, the beginning of February. Or just after, I guess, mid-February. It's usually when tax season kicks in and people have some extra cash to throw at their builds. So I'm kind of expecting it to pick up a little bit. It usually is pretty dead right after Christmas. So I'm actually surprised we've had all the builds that we've had. I do have some side projects going and some inventory builds to do, but I'll probably stream those on at least 1 or 2 builds on Thursday, because tomorrow I'm heading out over to another customer to take a look at a setup for some upgrades, and then I'm also got a couple of meetings scheduled, so probably won't stream tomorrow. But Thursday I will try to go live, and we'll at least do a couple inventory builds for fun. Have some fun, you know? At least then, I don't really have a deadline on them. And if I want to say, you know what, I'm done, I can say I'm done and just kill the stream right there. I probably won't do that, but, you know. Okay, guys. Good stuff. Have a good night. We'll see you guys on Thursday. Thanks for hanging. See you next time. Adios. Happy Tuesday. Good night. And blah, blah, blah. I'm really tired. I am sorry.